Chapter 676. Dozens of elite Daoist stood in the empty space above the large open ground. Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they carefully observed the other people around them. The nerves all over their bodies could be said to be extremely tense. After the earlier matter, this group of people did not dare to be careless at this moment. They were afraid that someone would stab them in the back if they were not careful, causing them to lose their lives. Just as the atmosphere of the square had become extremely tense and solemn, something that touched everyone's hearts once again occurred. Chi. That extremely powerful strength once again surged within the large golden-colored formation in the sky. An extremely glaring golden light flickered intensely like the light of the sun in the middle of the formation. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to immediately raise their heads. Their eyes revealed shock as they stared at the glaring golden light. Even though the golden light caused their eyes to feel an intense piercing pain, these elite Daoist had no choice but to forcefully endure it. In the face of life and death, they must endure regardless of how great the pain was. Chi. Everyone present hurriedly moved their bodies and fled in different directions after the two sounds of rushing air were emitted. At the same time, Wang Lin in the midair also withdrew his gaze with an indifferent expression. Under the protection of Zhuo Bentang by the side, they had remained outside the golden light. Adding the reputation of the Zhuo clan, no one dared to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Yan, it was not so easy for him to rely on his powerful spiritual strength to truly injure Xiao Yan despite the strength of the golden light and its incomparably fast speed. This time around, under the cover of the golden light that permeated the sky, there were indeed quite a number of elite Daoist who had fallen under the golden light pillar. However, no one knew if there would be anyone among these people who would be forcefully pushed into the sea of fire like the one from earlier. The hearts of all the elite Daoist present immediately turned cold when they thought of this. A chill involuntarily rose within their hearts. The distance between everyone present had been pulled apart in an invisible manner. Everyone, I know that after what happened earlier, everyone present will more or less have a grudge in their hearts. However, just as the crowd was carefully looking at each other, Wang Lin, who was in the sky, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Before his words sounded, everyone present was already curling their lips in their hearts. Naturally, there would be grudges. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. They were afraid of the people beside them. However, they were even more afraid of the people from the four great clans. Compared to the experts beside them, who were of similar strength, the four great clans could easily finish them off. How could they not be cautious when dealing with them? It is naturally normal to have a grudge. However, as everyone has said earlier, the current situation is tense. We are all standing on the same boat. If any of us want to disembark midway, only death will be awaiting us. Therefore, the tone in Wang Lin's mouth paused slightly when he spoke until this point. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He looked at the group of elite Daoist in the sky but did not say anything. All the elite Daoist present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard these words that did not end. They faced each other before looking at Wang Lin. Everyone's face carried a trace of doubt. Therefore, you want us to cooperate with you? They were indeed worthy of being part of the four great clans. In the end, the person who spoke was still the second-ranked Huoba from the Hua clan. Huoba narrowed his eyes. An obscure glint flashed deep within his eyes. His tone carried some caution as he spoke. Even the ancestor of the Hua clan felt some fear in his heart toward the Zhuo clan. The ancestor of the Hua clan did not even really care about the other four great clans, the Bai clan and the Sun clan. Only this Zhuo clan caused them to feel an endless headache. Bai Ying from the Bai clan and Sun Shua from the Sun clan immediately turned their eyes over when Huoba's words were spoken. Bai Ying was aware of Wang Lin's strength. He had observed every action of the latter. Huoba's words might have caused one to feel surprised, but this was within the expectations of the three clans. Sun Shua, on the other hand, had gradually woken up from the grief of losing his son after experiencing a couple of dangers. His mouth emitted a cold laugh when he heard Wang Lin's words. No one will wake up early if there are no benefits. Wang Lin immediately frowned when he heard Sun Shua's words. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint gradually surged in his sinister eyes. "Ah, clan leader's son, you are wrong. If it were not for the sake of our own lives, I would not have said this." Zhuo Lin paused for a moment before he spoke again with a smile. However, this time, his smile was exceptionally cold. When they saw Zhuo Lin's fake smile, the people from the other three clans were secretly shocked. This was completely different from Zhuo Lin's usual cheerful demeanor. In the crowd, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Under his black robe, he glanced at Zhuo Lin from time to time as he thought to himself, since you want to cooperate, young Master Zhuo, why do you need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Cooperation is naturally not a problem, but..." Before the loud laughter sounded, the words in Huoba's mouth came to a sudden halt. His face immediately became solemn. Both of his eyes were narrowed as they stared at Zhuo Lin. He asked in a serious tone, "Before this, young Master Zhuo should at least give us a reason that can convince us to cooperate." The group of elite Daoist in the empty space suddenly raised their heads when Huoba's words were uttered. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes landed on Zhuo Lin's body in unison. Huoba's words were correct. Everyone present was an elite Daoist. Which one of them was not a prideful person? Zhuo Lin was merely a 2-star Daoist. If he went out, he would be a head above these people by relying on his clan's support. However, everyone was currently in a predicament. Who would cooperate with a 2-star Daoist just because of a sentence from him? Even if he had Zhuo Bentang by his side, it was similarly impossible for him to do so. Reason ha? Zhuo Lin lowered his head and smiled. Only then did he slowly raise his head. His gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a disdainful arc as he softly laughed. "How about I lead everyone to break the formation?" Clamor! Everyone present immediately burst into an uproar when Zhuo Lin's words were uttered. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they instantly looked toward Zhuo Lin. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the members of the other three large clans and Zhuo Bentang by his side also revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Yan, who was hidden under a black robe, swiftly revealed a surprised expression in his dark black eyes the moment Zhuo Lin's words were emitted from his mouth. It was unexpected that this Zhuo Lin had actually found a method to break the formation. This really caused one's heart to be surprised. The entire place suddenly descended into silence after the words from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded. Everyone frowned as they pondered the credibility of Zhuo Lin's words. Of course, the members of the three large clans were an exception. They knew that Zhuo Lin was a ruthless person. They also clearly understood Zhuo Lin's arrogance. He could not tolerate sand in his eyes. At the same time, he was also unwilling to dirty himself. His words always possessed some credibility. This point was something that even the Hua, Bai, and Sun clans, who were also part of the four large clans, had no choice but to admit. Chi. Just as everyone present once again fell into deep thought, the heaven-ascending great formation in the sky was like a death sentence as it once again activated. At this moment, everyone present immediately understood in their hearts that there was not much time left for them to make a choice. Since eldest young Master Zhuo has already stated his reason, my Hua clan is willing to give it a try. My Hua clan is willing to cooperate with the Zhuo clan. Huoba laughed out loud. He pulled Hua Tian behind him and spoke in a loud voice. Cuckoo, the Bai is currently all alone. I am willing to make this trip with the Zhuo clan. Bai Ying also smiled faintly and expressed his attitude. Although Sun Shuo did not open his mouth, he also took a step forward to express his attitude. All the elite Daoist present involuntarily curled their mouths wildly in their hearts when they saw this. As they were all part of the four large clans, the gap in strength between them was naturally much smaller. The basis of their cooperation could also be considered balanced. However, they were merely a group of ordinary Daoist. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Being used as a tool by others was something that they could not accept. Cuckoo, let me warn you once again. If you are unwilling to cooperate now, don't say that we do not care about your life when the time comes. If we split into two boats, I will not care if his boat sinks or not. The pressure from Zhuo Lin caused the hearts of everyone present to suddenly tremble. From the looks of it, It was likely that they would not have a good ending if they were unwilling to cooperate. Even though they had already fallen into such a situation, their group did not have much of a chance of victory once the 4 large clans joined hands. Hence, from the looks of it now, they needed to make a choice. Moreover, following the agglomeration of the golden light, the large golden formation above everyone's heads was about to erupt once again. If they continued to hesitate like this, it would really be bad. The old me is willing to join. Suddenly, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, among the many elite Daoist, uttered these words in an extremely abrupt manner. At the same time, his footsteps slowly moved forward and he arrived at a spot not far from Bai Ying. A golden glint involuntarily flashed deep within Bai Ying's eyes when he saw this. At the same time, the other 3 clans also looked at this black-robed person. The expression in their eyes was different. This person was the black-robed person who had arrived at this open ground earlier than the 4 large clans. Of course, he was Xiao Yan. With the addition of Xiao Yan, the group of elite Daoist behind him helplessly lowered their heads. A short moment later, all the elite Daoist present had joined this cooperation group. It was also at this moment that 2 glaring large golden light pillars suddenly shot out from the sky. They were just like life-threatening impermanence as they violently attacked everyone. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 677. Chi. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful Dao Qi surged out from the bodies of the elite Daoist present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the 2 light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite Daoist present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the 2 golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite Daoist hurriedly turned their gazes to Wang Lin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Wang Lin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite Daoist being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite Daoist present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Wang Lin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite Daoist present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Wang Lin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Wang Lin's boat. Hence, all the elite Daoist present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Wang Lin with a frown. He somewhat believed Wang Lin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Wang Lin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, The success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear. Zhuo Lin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite Daoist present. However, some of the elite Daoist present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuo Lin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuo Lin in a deep voice, "Young Master Zhuo, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant." Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuo Lin as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. Is that so? Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. However, a smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space when two enormous golden light pillars emitted a chi sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite Daoist present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuo Lin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. "If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure." As soon as these words left Zhuo Lin's mouth, everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. "Allow the old me to break this formation." Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying Daoist lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Daoist rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the Daoist waves. That elite Daoist who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuo Lin's judgment is wrong? Damn it! What should we do now? Bastard! Go all out. Charge into the large formation and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Daoist in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiao Yan's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiao Yan's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Zhuo Lin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Daoist did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give it a try. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space, he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already disappeared from this empty space. It's him, he has indeed discovered it. Zhuo Lin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiao Yan. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiao Yan stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiao Yan, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yan's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The dou qi that was flowing within the qi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robes suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped and Xiao Yan's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiao Yan was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. 8th grade collapse. Break for me. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest dou techniques that Xiao Yan had become famous for. Xiao Yan's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class dou techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer, it was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiao Yan had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiao Yan's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiao Yan's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block. After which, Xiao Yan's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arms suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound and the stone block in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the grade 8 crumble that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiao Yan's punch landed, one of the two golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite dou di, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Wang Lin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite dou di immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another and each of them charged toward a stone block. At this moment, these elite Do Di in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Do Di who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiao Yan, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Do Di, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiao Yan did earlier. Bang bang bang. When the first wave of attacks began, the elite Do Di present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Do Di would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, there was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Do Di would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Do Di involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiao Yan had disguised himself as. Being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Do Di could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiao Yan. Ha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, humph humph, Hoba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan before suddenly turning around. Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shua also stood in front of a stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhua Bentang from the Zhua clan descended. Do Qi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhua Lin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. You? Who exactly are you? Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 678. Human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Do Di present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Do Qi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Do Di's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Do Di, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time even if 3 elite Do Di were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Do Di were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Chi chi chi. The glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Che Ju Dao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, a couple of elite Do-D had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. Everyone be careful. That thing is coming again. An elite Do-D on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it. Unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands, only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Do-D, all the elite Do-D present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, 2 rays of light with frightening auras swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xianxia, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xianxia involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the 2 light pillars would be aimed at Xianxia. Even though Xianxia was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it! There is really no end to it. Xianxia let out a soft cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Do-Qi agglomerated in his palm, and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiaoyan's eyes at this moment. Break! Soon after, Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it. Soon after, Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiaoyan had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength! Who is he? If there really was such a person in the Western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the 4 great clans, Zhuobentang's and Huoba's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiaoyan. Elder Huoba, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Huatian frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Do-D. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the 4 great clans. I don't know, this is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Do-D. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the Western region? Huoba frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuobentang from the Zhuo clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhuo clan cannot easily offend. Zhuobentang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhuo clan and the Hua clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiaoyan also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the 4 great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Dou Qi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Dou Qi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiaoyan had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. Ugh, it's Sun Shura. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sun Shua. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Dou technique. It is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Huoba could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shua's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Huoba would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shua's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiaoyan. If he was not wrong, that Xiaoyan should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiaoyan's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shua's target would instantly change. At that time, the Dou Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their 3 clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Dou Qi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Dou Di who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Dou Qi inheritance when the time came. Huoba involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed it on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Bai Ying noticed the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Zhuo Bentang involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other 3 clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these 3 clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhuo Lin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Zhuo Bentang's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. Why, the other 3 clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other 3 clans at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now, all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, humph, Wang Lin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other 3 clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break 1 stone block. Leave the rest to them. Wang Lin withdrew his hand from Zhuo Bentang's shoulder after saying this. After which, his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Dou Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might, this time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The Dou Qi within everyone's bodies surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky. While the Dou Qi on the surface of their bodies churned, everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Chi. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, 4 golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that 4 golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the 4 stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick, don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these 4 stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mu Kunlun, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored Dou Qi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mu Kunlun said was right. If they dared to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary Dou skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the 4 light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining 4 stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 4 light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the 4 light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff! The 4 sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Chapter 679. Ugh. The remaining dozens of elite Dou Di in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. The formation has been broken. The formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changzhou were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite Daoist in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite Daoist who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip. Daoist inheritance. Haha, this is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Haha, what a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huaba's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the Hua clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Haha. Huaba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang moved and returned to Zhuo Lin's side. Bai Ying, Xiao Yan, and Sun Shura, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuo Lin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhuo family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuo Lin, who was opposite him. "What's up?" A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Huaba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Bai Ying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shua, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. "How old, sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust." Zhuo Lin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Huaba immediately frowned when Zhuo Lin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. "Humph, I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers." Xiao Yan spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Zhuo Bentang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Zhuo Lin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Zhuo Lin pulled him back. Zhuo Lin gently shook his head and indicated for Zhuo Bentang to stop. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiao Yan. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. Everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Daoist inheritance in the hands of the statue? Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item. Bai Ying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Daoist inheritance in the hands of the statue before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Daoist inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. "Humph, all of you back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch?" Just as everyone moved, Huoba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Daoist present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it! This fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone attack together. Even if he is a 3-star Daoist, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Daoist present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huoba's aura pressure. At this moment, Xianxia and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Daoist inheritance in the hands of the statue. Wang Lin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xianxia at this moment. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang wished that he could carry Wang Lin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Wang Lin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Daoist inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xianxia, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Daoist who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, the group of elite Daoist who had escaped from Huoba's aura behind Xianxia's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Daoist inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xianxia and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xianxia's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xianxia's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Bai Ying and Huoba also did not show any weakness. Wang Lin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First, young master, once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Wang Lin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance? Why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Wang Lin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuo Bentang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xianxia's back. A dense, cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph, regardless of whether you are Bai Zhan or Xianxia, you will definitely die today. Wang Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Daoist inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved and he swiftly flew over. He, Sunhanshi ah Sunhanshi. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xianxia's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Daoist inheritance. Under normal circumstances, They would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Douqi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha! Elder, I will take this inheritance first. Ha! Suddenly, Huaba, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiao Yan, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Douqi inheritance. Ha, Huaba, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, he acted and blocked Huaba. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me? Why can't I? Huaba's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Ha! Come and give it a try. Huaba's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang! When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, they did not realize that Sun Shua's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiao Yan had already appeared opposite Sun Shura. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Douqi light that was the size of a person. It was the Douqi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. You wish to compete with me? Sun Shua's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanxi's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shura. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. Cuckoo, I am not the only one who cares about this Douqi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost. Sun Shua's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Douqi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Douqi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Huaba and Bai Ying also charged forward. Sun Shua once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves and numerous Douqi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over and Xiao Yan, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Douqi. His other hand was violently flipped. Douqi agglomerated and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow spring palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shua and Xiao Yan. A Douqi wave swept apart, forcing Xiao Yan and Sun Shua to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Douqi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Huaba had already arrived in front of them. The four of them moved and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Douqi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiao Yan, being a bandit, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, the Douqi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Douqi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Douqi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed when they saw this scene. Their bodies moved and they once again charged toward the Douqi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Douqi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiao Yan's group charged into the crowd, A bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, 2 golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiaoyan was located. The 2 golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into 2 frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiaoyan's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiaoyan could only rely on the 3,000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the 2 light beams. Soon after, Xiaoyan had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand and a ruthless palm mercilessly smashed toward Xiaoyan's back. At this moment, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Daoist. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiaoyan did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiaoyan's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky who had already recovered were all staring at him, including Sun Shuo. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shuo softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 680. In the sky, Xiaoyan slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shuo's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Daoist present heard the words that came out of Sun Shuo's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiaoyan. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiaoyan that the 4 large sects had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiaoyan. So he is actually that Xiaoyan. It is said that not long ago, he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiaoyan's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiaoyan will definitely not return this time around. As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shuo's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Suddenly, Sun Shuo's body shook. With a puff sound, the powerful Dou Qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. Following which, Sun Shuo suddenly clenched his fist and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuo Lin's location. He believed that given Zhuo Bentang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiaoyan unless he was instructed by Zhuo Lin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuo Lin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuo Lin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuo Lin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiaoyan had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuo Lin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuo Lin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiaoyan? On the other side of the empty space, Huoba's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiaoyan, whom the 4 large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Huoba's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. "You're the one?" Who killed my son, Han Shi? Sun Shua's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward, and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiao Yan. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiao Yan noncommittally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shua's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved the large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shua's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shua's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly became ice-cold when he saw the 3-blade auras and Sun Shua shooting toward him. The dou qi in his body surged wildly, and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind, and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiao Yan's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puff sound, and a brilliant, heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, it violently collided with the 3-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw this scene. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans quietly turned their gazes toward the dou qi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the dou qi inheritance. Hence, the 3 large clans led by Lin had also begun their own fight while the battle on this side had just begun. Haha, young Master Zhua is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiao Yan. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Huoba, and Lin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the dou qi inheritance in the middle. Haha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiao Yan. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Lin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Bai Ying could not help but be slightly startled when Lin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Huoba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the 2 parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Lin. He smiled and said, "Haha, young Master Zhua, from your words, I'm afraid that there is some other meaning?" Huoba turned to look at Bai Ying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. "Mph." Bai Ying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Lin also smiled in a non-committal manner and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clan's Baijian was definitely not much weaker than his. Lin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Sush. In the next moment, Huoba suddenly turned his body and took the lead to charge toward the dou qi inheritance. He he, since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhou clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snort at the same time. Their bodies moved and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shua's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiaoyan. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. Ha! After which, Sun Shua's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow dough qi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiaoyan's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiaoyan's life with a single blow. Xiaoyan did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled bang sound appeared. Xiaoyan's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shua could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiaoyan with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shua's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiaoyan see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiaoyan could catch his breath, Sun Shua's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiaoyan's head. Die! It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shua, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shua to actually have such a plan. However, Xiaoyan immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiaoyan's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shua's fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiaoyan's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shua's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiaoyan's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shua's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shua with killing intent. This was the narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 681. So it's you, you bastard. Sun Shua let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar! The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shua's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. Humph, so what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star Daoist. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shua's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Do Qi and Genesis Qi were the true rules of this world. Oh, is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiao Yan smiled coldly. Sun Shua's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiao Yan's side. Humph! Sun Shua snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand, and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shua. Humph! That! Sun Shua let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Daoist also joined in and fought over the Do Qi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Do Qi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Daoist. Each time an elite Daoist obtained it, more elite Daoist from the divine prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiao Yan's side, although the combined might of Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shua was indeed a 3-star Daoist. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiao Yan and Sun Shua for a short period of time. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiangbei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shua attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qiangxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the dark black thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shua's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiao Yan again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiao Yan had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiao Yan pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shua's willful thinking. With the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him, in addition to Xiao Yan's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shua to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shua. However, Xiao Yan and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shua had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiao Yan, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shua's body back. after which it looked at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Do Zun class." The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do D class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shua. At this moment, Sun Shua had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. "Damn it! Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off?" Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shua immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the Do Qi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shua's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shua's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do D. Secret technique? The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart, soon after, Sun Shua's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Xin ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, Sun Shua's body also slowly appeared. "You are the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill." Sun Shua's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook and a frightening Do Qi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiao Yan's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiao Yan's body flying. Grug, little Yan's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shua. When the strength of a 3-star Do D was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Do D could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shua like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shua's head. "Get lost!" After the word, "get lost," sounded, Sun Shua was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shua's Do Qi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shua's gaze turned and landed on Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, hand over your life." Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shua's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shua's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shua's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shua. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shua for Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again and again without any mercy. The qi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also using all his strength to maneuver the dou qi within his body and pour it into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. With the pouring of dou qi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the qi on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shua's body had arrived in front of Xiao Yan a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shua did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shua, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the three great clans were filled with shock. Chapter 682. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty dou qi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite doudis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite doudi, who were still fighting for the dou qi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this dou qi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow actually swallowed the dou qi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite doudi involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this dou qi inheritance? Now, it was actually given away by Sun Shua with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shua, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiao Yan, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiao Yan dying under his blade in his heart. You dare to kill my son. This D will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Sun Shua's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiao Yan's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiao Yan's head. The powerful aura caused Xiao Yan to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. Qi. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiao Yan was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shua's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times, it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do-D to an initial 3-star Do-D for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do-D. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do-D. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiao Yan, there was also Sun Shuo who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, he did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it, why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shuo frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Hee, Sun Shuo, I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shuo spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do-D immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph, looks like clan leader's son is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you? Soon after, Huoba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Huoba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shuo's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Huoba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Huoba's description, the expressions on Sun Shuo's and Xiao Yan's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yan. When he heard that the Do-Chi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprised for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do-D who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiao Yan did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do-D was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do-D, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shuo's face had turned green after hearing Huoba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do-D class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shuo naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shuo with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Do-Chi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Wang Lin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Do-D and he was determined to obtain the Do-Chi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shuo. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart? However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shuo here. Forget about the other 2 clans beside him, just Xiao Yan's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiao Yan. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing together with the narwhal snake, Sun Shua's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people? First, it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve? Sun Shua, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. "Ha!" Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. "Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun clan is like this. With the strength of a Do-D, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half-D. Ha! I'm afraid that your strength as a Do-D has really been cultivated to a dog's body." Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Sun Shua's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved the large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiao Yan's head. However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung, and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shua's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shua's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shua stagger back 100 steps in the empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shua immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiao Yan within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Do-D. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Do-D class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Lin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Do-Chi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sun Shura, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the 3 of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Huoba narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shua as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shua's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the 4 great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Sky Sword sect. Once the 3 clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other 3 clans under their feet. "What are you planning to do?" It was a long while later before Sun Shua finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Huoba was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Haha, Huoba smiled faintly. His body moved and he brought Huotiani behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Shura. Following Huoba's action, Bai Ying and the 2 people from the Zhuo clan also moved at this moment from the other 2 directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east, and west. The current Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the 4 factions in front of him and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was naturally not afraid of Sun Shua's clan alone. However, if the four great clans were to join forces, even Xiao Yan would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, Huoba on the opposite side looked at Sun Shuo with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our four great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Douqi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiao Yan back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Huoba laughed coldly. At the same time, the other three clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Douqi inheritance, Huoba had now placed his target on Xiao Yan. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shuo sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Bai Ying and Zhuo Lin clans also frowned as they looked at Huoba. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces? Kuku, you can consider it as joining forces. However, your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiao Yan." Huoba glanced at Bai Ying and Zhuo Lin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these two clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence, he could only say this. "Why should we?" "Haha, Sun Shuo, don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our three clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our four great clans in the future. You dare. What do you think?" The two of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Huo and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Huoba's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the four large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shuo's mistake had caused Xiao Yan's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the four large clans. Sun Shuo helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. In front of him, these three clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanshi. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shuo slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other three clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake, Xiao Yan. Don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiao Yan." Huoba grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 683. On the large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square and the huge snake. These 7 people were Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Sun Shuo from the Sun clan, Huoba and Huo Tianyi from the Huo clan, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, One should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Do-D. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Do-D to a 3-star Do-D. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuo Lin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuo Lin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shua to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Zhuo clan. However, now, there was no point in thinking too much. Zhuo Lin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and landed on Xiao Yan's body. Zhuo Lin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various Qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful Do Qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the Do Qi inheritance, he must bring Xiao Yan back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Zhuo Lin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Hua clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Bai Ying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. Haha, Sun Shua, I'll leave that beast to you. Suddenly, Hua Bai looked at Sun Shua with a stern smile and said, Humph, I know it. Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shua's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. Do beast! Do you dare to fight with me? Sun Shua's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shua's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shua could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shua's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shua. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shua's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Do-D. Even when compared to Sun Shua, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it! This damned beast! Sun Shua cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shua could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged towards Sun Shua. At the same time, Zhuo Lin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiao Yan. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. It is unexpected that you are Xiao Yan, whose name has shaken the Western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shua off did Hua Ba look at Xiao Yan with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Hua Ba had no choice but to admit that the Xiao Yan in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire Western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Hua Ba and coldly laughed. Elder Hua Ba really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Do-D to personally come to deal with a Bandi. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you are also bullying the weak with numbers. I can be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Daoist to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the three clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Huaba's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Wang Lin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiaoyan and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary bandit, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the four large sects to regard you so highly, our four large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiaoyan had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of bandit experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star bandit was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiaoyan. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiaoyan as an ordinary bandit? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Wang Lin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiaoyan's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Wang Lin's words. "I am very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Zhuo Bentang to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared." Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Wang Lin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him even if the situation had developed to this point. "Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiaoyan entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you." Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiaoyan's identity. Of course, Bai Ying was an exception. He had known about Xiaoyan's identity since the beginning. However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Daoist. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanxi's death. Am I right? Wang Lin was just about to open his mouth when Xiaoyan spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiaoyan had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Sun Hanxi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiaoyan was within the remains. Wang Lin, who had already suspected Xiaoyan, became even more suspicious of Xiaoyan after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiaoyan's identity had been exposed. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiaoyan to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiaoyan, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the Hua clan, Xiaoyan had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiaoyan had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiaoyan ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Wang Lin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. "Young Master Zhuo, there is a hidden meaning in your words. But after all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader?" Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang, who was behind Wang Lin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Wang Lin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. "Cuckoo, why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment and casually mentioned it." Wang Lin gently placed his hand on Zhuo Bentang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph! Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Huoba's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Huoba did the same. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart, and the dou qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star dou di, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo, I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing? Zhuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Huoba and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiao Yan. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiao Yan, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple-gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhuo and Hua clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Huoba looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star dou di. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet? If you can, why don't you come?" Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiao Yan's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuo Lin and Huoba felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiao Yan. Soon after, the puff sound appeared. A dou qi light pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhuo and Hua clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. Xiao Yan, are you going to take the initiative to leave with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here? Huoba's eyes emitted a dense dou qi glow. He looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. "Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither." Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. "Stubborn fellow. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite." Huoba's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, Huotianyi, Lin, and Bentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiaoyan in a half-encirclement. "Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you." A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth when he saw the four people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the four human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Chapter 684. Xiaoyan die. The expression on Huoba's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiaoyan charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and Dou Qi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, Dou Qi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiaoyan. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiaoyan's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiaoyan to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. "Die!" Huoba's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent Dou Qi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiaoyan's life. Behind him, Huotianyi, Bentang, and Lin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the Dou Qi within their bodies. The strength of an elite Dou Di was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these four elite Dou Di and the current Xiaoyan swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiaoyan's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the four people on the other side saw these four figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiaoyan. Another Xiaoyan. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these four people, their hearts involuntarily felt a shock. Since the members of these two large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite Dou Di outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite Dou Di, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiaoyan that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star bandit, everyone present had some understanding of Xiaoyan. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Lin had said. Xiao, eighth. The moment the second Xiaoyan appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the four people in front of it to wave its large hand. Heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the 4 people in front of it. At the same time, Wang Lin and the other 3 swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, Dou Qi shot out and violently collided with the 2 Xiaoyan in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The 4 human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiaoyan in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time Xiaoyan flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiaoyan's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiaoyan's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiaoyan's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these 4 people, Xiaoyan was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the 4 elite Daoist actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan completely understand that the 4 great clans were after all under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiaoyan had not expected. If the 4 great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiaoyan would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing 4 elite Daoist at the same time. The current Xiaoyan was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiaoyan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind and the Dou Qi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiaoyan had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan had underestimated the strength of a Daoist. Moreover, he was facing 4 elite Daoist. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you are only so. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiaoyan, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Huaba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiaoyan. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiaoyan's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiaoyan's face. The Dou Qi in his body swiftly flowed and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiaoyan's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang bang bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiaoyan heard a qi sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiaoyan's body also fell toward Xiaoyan's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 685. The sudden appearance of Huaba caused the expressions of all the elite Daoist outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere bandit like Xiaoyan. What a frightening speed. This Xiaoyan is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiaoyan would definitely die. At such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand, forget about Xiao Yan, even the surrounding elite Daoist would not be able to do so. Zhuo Lin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiao Yan from the empty space not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiao Yan was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the 4 large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yan's head in everyone's eyes, Xiao Yan finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. "Ha, Xiao Yan, I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect." A mocking laughter was emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Huoba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiao Yan's body, the expression in Huoba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. "This, afterimage, how is this possible?" Huoba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiao Yan was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Huoba. Even the group of elite Daoist, as well as Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang, who were behind Huoba, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuo Lin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiao Yan's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Daoist, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Daoist. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy. How did he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Daoist's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiao Yan's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. "Young master, it is unexpected that this Xiao Yan is actually, cuckoo, being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the 4 large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Yan's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our 2 clans would have difficulty taking him down." Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuo Lin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuo Lin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuo Lin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuo Lin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuo Lin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuo Lin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuo Lin as he replied with a calm tone, "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huoba's earlier?" The expression on Zhuo Bentang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhuo Bentang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huoba's earlier. However, Xiao Yan had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Daoist. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. "But young master, Xiao Yan is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere bandit like him compare with a 3-star Daoist like Huoba? You say that Xiao Yan is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Daoist? When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star bandit to fight with him?" Zhuo Bentang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuo Lin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Daoist. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Sun Hanxi, a 1-star Daoist, had died in Xiao Yan's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Zhuo Bentang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Sun Hanxi was ultimately an elite Daoist. Yet he had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiao Yan possessed? Zhuo Bentang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a bandit. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yan's strength would be once Xiao Yan fully matured. Zhuo Lin's and Huoba's eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. At the same time, it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huoba's face was green. He was a 3-star Daoist. Yet, someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star bandit. If it was an ordinary time, Huoba would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiao Yan had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff, Xiao Yan, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiao Yan had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Daoist. When Xiao Yan had used all his strength to activate the Sky Absolute Steps, it had naturally exhausted the Dou Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiao Yan had also narrowly dodged Huoba's sudden attack. Even if you are lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huoba's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook and he once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. After the previous incident, this time around, Huoba did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Daoist. Soon after, Huoba's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell toward Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xin ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiao Yan's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huoba's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Qi. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huoba's hand once again slashed through empty air. Huoba's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiao Yan's figure had once again appeared. Xiao Yan died. A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, Huoba's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also followed Huoba's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Dao strength combined with the wonder of the Sky Absolute Steps allowed Xiao Yan to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huoba's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Outside the arena, Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huoba was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Huotianyi, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Hua Tianyi and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiao Yan, even if they managed to capture Xiao Yan at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Hua Ba was willing to do. Bang. Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiao Yan was ultimately unable to dodge Hua Ba's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiao Yan was blasted back by Hua Ba's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiao Yan was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiao Yan seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Xiao Yan, aren't you very good at running? Now, I want to see where you can run to. Hua Ba's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiao Yan. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiao Yan had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Hua Ba was an elite 3-star Daoist. In front of a true elite Daoist, no matter how strong a Bandi was, it would pale in comparison. The enormous sword in Hua Ba's hands suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Hua Ba's body and heavily pressured Xiao Yan at this moment. Soon after, Xiao Yan sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of Dou Qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiao Yan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the Dou Qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Hua Ba's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Haha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiao Yan's body, Hua Ba parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Zhuo Bentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Wang Lin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiao Yan again?" Wang Lin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Hi, young master, you think too highly of this Xiao Yan. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a Bandi and not a Daoist. A Bandi will never be a match for a Daoist. Even if he killed Sun Hanshi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Zhuo Bentang's eyes focused on Wang Lin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Wang Lin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Bentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Ugh. Seeing Wang Lin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Zhuo Bentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Wang Lin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiao Yan in the arena. Sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhuo clan is unable to replace the 4 large sections. This sudden sentence caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Wang Lin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiao Yan. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you are an elite Daoist? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiao Yan who has comprehended the great Tao at the Bandi class? No, you have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhua clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better? The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhua clan, Wang Lin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhua clan that Wang Lin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Wang Lin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhua clan was willing to accept him as their leader and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhua clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhua clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiao Yan was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sections. How can he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Hua Bei? After the cold reprimand, Wang Lin finally quietened down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Wang Lin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Soon after, Luo Bentang also turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was currently in the arena. After Wang Lin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity, or cold laughter. It was as though Xiao Yan had already entered a certain death situation. Humph. At this moment, the corners of Huaba's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the 2 Zhua clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the 2 of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Huaba held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiao Yan with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Huaba arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Huaba focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiao Yan's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Huaba casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiao Yan's chest. A mere bandit actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Huaba's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiao Yan's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening dou qi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiao Yan's entire body from front to back. Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiao Yan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Huaba's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an afterimage again. Huaba viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing, The instant this human figure appeared, Wang Lin, who had been staring intently at Xiaoyan, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Wang Lin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Huoba. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiaoyan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions? Wang Lin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire Western region. However, the Xiaoyan in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Huoba, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand, and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively toward Xiaoyan in the empty space. Xiaoyan, that. A furious low roar was emitted from Huoba's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Dou Qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huoba waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Wang Lin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining Dou Qi within Xiaoyan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiaoyan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Wang Lin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huoba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiaoyan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces. Dodging the attacks of a 3-star Dou Di in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite Dou Di present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet, a 6-star bandit had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage? Huoba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite Dou Di, had merely killed a 6-star bandit. Yet he had been toyed with by Xiaoyan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiaoyan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite Dou Di? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiaoyan, a bandit, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Wang Lin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huoba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huoba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiaoyan? Where is Xiaoyan's actual body? Wang Lin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiaoyan and was not his actual body, where was Xiaoyan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiaoyan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huoba's body shook and the Dou Qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huoba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight qi sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice, Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Wang Lin, who was completely focused at this moment. Wang Lin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Wang Lin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huoba had scattered one of Xiao Yan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Wang Lin could clearly sense that the qi sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me. Wang Lin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiao Yan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huoba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young master, Zhuo Bentang, who was standing beside Wang Lin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Dou Qi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huoba. Wait, have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Huoba is a 3-star Daoist and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Wang Lin stopped Zhuo Bentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Huotiani in the air. Zhuo Bentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent Dou Qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Huotiani was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huoba in the blink of an eye, Huotiani's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the Dou Qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Huoba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Yan. This sudden scene caused the expression on Huoba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiao Yan's face was flushed red as his palm landed heavily on Huoba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart, a frightening Dou Qi suddenly poured out from Xiao Yan's palm and wildly poured into Huoba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, Huotiani, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest at this moment. Bang! 2 miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw 2 similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the 2 of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the 2 of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiao Yan and Huoba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huoba, Xiao Yan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiao Yan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huoba's body, it was just as Wang Lin had said. Huoba was after all a 3-star Daoist. Even with the strength of Xiao Yan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiao Yan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiao Yan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuo Bentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuo Lin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuo Lin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiao Yan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuo Lin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuo Bentang's heart, Zhuo Lin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiao Yan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiao Yan, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Hua Tianyi or Hua Ba, something might have really happened to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 687. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Zhuo Lin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Do-Di present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was not something that anyone present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Do-Di would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do-Chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's expression was similarly solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do-Di outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuo Lin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. He won't even have the chance to use it. Zhuo Lin cursed in his heart. However, he could only helplessly shake his head. No matter what he thought in his heart, it was already too late. It was useless to think too much about it. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the fire lotus really exploded, he was not willing to be the first to die. The gorgeous fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly floated forward in the empty space. Zhuo Lin, who was opposite it, finally made a move. Shua! The golden cloud sword in Zhuo Lin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuo Lin's heart and the Do-Chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword surged. Following the pouring in of Do-Chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuo Lin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly and soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuo Lin's expression turned pale. A few drops of golden blood also flew out from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Under Zhuo Lin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand in a flash. These few drops of golden blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuo Lin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuo Lin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuo Lin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and stood it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuo Lin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Ooh, Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his heart moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword aura immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden light spread out from under Zhuo Lin's feet, the empty space where Xiao Yan and Zhuo Lin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuo Lin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do Qi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiao Yan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already broken his connection with the annihilation fire lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the annihilation fire lotus. Xiao Yan's heart also held a curious attitude toward this action of Zhuo Lin. He was certain that with the strength of the annihilation fire lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuo Lin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuo Lin's intention? Xiao Yan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the annihilation fire lotus and Zhuo Lin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuo Lin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes gathered, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. As the indifferent cry from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuo Lin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, an enormous golden sword, which was like a small mountain, fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuo Lin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill Ha. It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jian Ming had once used it when he had just arrived at the Western region. It could be considered one of the Do skills that made him famous. It is unexpected that this Zhuo Lin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. His heart also felt some surprise at Zhuo Lin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuo Lin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect, or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged in Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Daoist. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yan in the future. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Wang Lin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Wang Lin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with great strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Wang Lin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Wang Lin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to tremble violently at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release a terrifying aura of destruction. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Daoist present. The fire lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Daoist present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this fire lotus. It was likely that even these elite Daoist present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this fire lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's annihilation fire lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the fire lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the fire lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the fire lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the fire lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Daoist present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous fire lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, the moment the lotus petals fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the open ground like a storm. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it, Grog. The first to bear the brunt of it was Wang Lin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Wang Lin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, less than 20 of the dozens of elite Daoist present were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Do Di, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Ying Zhuobentang, a 3-star Do Di, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Wang Lin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Wang Lin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shura. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body was extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the 3rd energy storm arrived, Wang Lin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. There was no telling just how many bones in his body were broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the 3rd energy storm. If Gu Yu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it, it would be difficult for the current him to even move his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with an unwilling heart and waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 688. However, this 1,000 feet distance was merely a blink of an eye in the eyes of a Do Di. As the Do Qi poured out from Zhuobentang's body, the current him was only a few hundred feet away from the narwhal snake. At this distance, he had complete confidence that he could stop the narwhal snake here. Qi. Zhuobentang's shriveled hand suddenly clenched. Immediately, Do Qi surged wildly in his palm. When he clenched it again, it had already agglomerated into a long spear. Zhuobentang's arm shook and the tip of the spear suddenly turned. It carried an incomparably sharp aura as it violently smashed toward the narwhal snake. However, at this moment, Qi. The sound of rushing air was suddenly transmitted. Before Zhuobentang could recover, a ray of light suddenly appeared and heavily collided with Zhuobentang's body. Soon after, a muffled bang was emitted. Zhuobentang's body, which was originally charging forward, had no choice but to stop in midair. Although it was only for a short instant, the current speed of the narwhal snake was enough to leave Zhuobentang far behind. In an instant, when Zhuobentang hurriedly came back to his senses and raised his head abruptly, he saw that the narwhal snake had already left him far behind. Even if he wanted to chase after it now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When he thought of this in his heart, a fury rose in Zhuobentang's heart. A pair of old eyes that were filled with fire suddenly looked at the white-robed person not far away in the empty space beside him. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying, what are you trying to do? Zhuobentang's eyes were about to crack. He did not expect that he would be obstructed by Bai Ying at such a crucial moment when he was only a step away from the narwhal snake. Swoosh! However, the instant Zhuobentang's words sounded, Bai Ying, who was in front of him, hurriedly turned his body. His body appeared somewhat miserable as he flashed across the empty space beside him. Immediately, a strange purple-gold lightning suddenly pierced through the spot where Bai Ying was standing. Soon after, its target changed to Zhuobentang. Its aura did not diminish as it charged toward him. Bang! Another sudden turn of events caused Zhuobentang's expression to change drastically. Before he could react, the strange bolt of lightning had already landed heavily on Zhuobentang's body. Only at this moment did Zhuobentang clearly see that the purple-gold lightning bolt that had arrived before him was actually the Northern King. Soon after, Zhuobentang finally regained his senses. His body was sent heavily flying. Finally, he was like a falling meteor as he violently smashed into the open ground below. Although it was not enough to seriously injure Zhuo Bentang, the North King's power was enough to make Zhuo Bentang temporarily lose his ability to fight. In the air, Bai Ying's face was completely red as he glared hatefully at the North King. Only then did he turn to Zhuo Bentang and roar furiously, "What are you doing here? Do you now know why I have coincidentally bumped into you? If it wasn't because your Zhuo clan refused to lend a hand, how would I be defeated by such a dead thing? Humph, you want to reap the benefits without doing anything? I'm afraid that you have underestimated this Xiao Yan." Bai Ying's face was filled with grievance. The roar from his mouth actually caused the face of this 3-star Do Di from the Zhuo clan to turn green. Zhuo Bentang did not truly sense the strength of the Northern King from the collision earlier. However, from the current situation, he did not dare to underestimate the Northern King. By being able to beat the clan head of the Bai clan, who was also one of the 4 great clans, into such a state, Zhuo Bentang was able to imagine the strength of the Northern King without thinking too much. Of course, if he were to know that all of this was done by Bai Ying, it was unknown just what kind of thoughts he would have in his heart. At the same time, without any obstruction, the narwhal snake's charging speed became even more terrifying. It opened its huge snake mouth and emitted a shocking roar. Its huge body suddenly shook and its charging speed became extremely frightening. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's body had already caught up with Huotianyi. Being a 2-star Do Di, the strength of a 1-star Do Di was no different from an ordinary Bandi to Zhuo Lin. In the blink of an eye, Huotianyi had been overtaken by Zhuo Lin. Seeing Zhuo Lin suddenly charge forward, the expression on Huotianyi's face instantly changed. Earlier, he had focused his attention on Xiao Yan in front of him. Until this moment, he still did not understand what was happening around him. However, by the time he recovered, Zhuo Lin had already violently charged toward Xiao Yan. "Bastard! Xiao Yan's life is mine. I should be the one to kill him." The expression on Huotianyi's face swiftly became ferocious. At the same time, his body suddenly shook and he used even more strength to charge toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, the narwhal snake was crazily charging toward them from the empty space to one side of the two of them. "Zhuo Lin, move aside for this young master." The furious roar from Huotianyi's mouth sounded. He waved his arm and threw a heavy punch toward Zhuo Lin's face. "Humph, do you really think that you have the ability to contend with a 2-star Do Di just because your strength has reached the advanced 1-star Do Di level? You really overestimate yourself." With regards to this, Zhuo Lin was even more disdainful. He waved his sleeve and a sharp sword aura instantly agglomerated into a substance. With just one attack, not only did it force Huotianyi back, it also forcefully broke the 4 finger bones on Huotianyi's right hand. If Huotianyi himself was not a Do Di, it was likely that Zhuo Lin's attack earlier would have been enough to cripple Huotianyi's palm. Huotianyi's heart was filled with dissatisfaction after his attack was thwarted. He wanted to charge forward once again. However, at this moment, an enormous shadow behind him, like a toppling Mount Tai, heavily pressed down on him. What? Only at this moment did Huotianyi finally discover the narwhal snake behind him. The expression on his face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body crazily surged out as if it was free of charge. His 2 feet hurriedly ran through the empty space. The corner of his eyes glanced at the enormous shadow behind him that was getting increasingly closer. Shock was written all over Huotianyi's face. In his heart, he even regretted not being born with 2 more legs. Of course, Zhuo Lin was similarly shocked in his heart. The narwhal snake, which should have been stopped by Zhuo Bentang, had actually suddenly appeared behind them. This was really frightening. In this way, the appearance of the narwhal snake had once again ruined Zhuo Lin's plan that was right in front of him. Damn it! I must kill Xiao Yan. Even if you are already a 4-star Do Di, you cannot stop me. Zhuo Lin viciously cursed in his heart. He even wished that he could kill Zhuo Bentang here and now. However, putting aside Zhuo Bentang's strength, just the current situation made it difficult for him to deal with it. Zhuo Lin, it's all your fault. You didn't make a move for so long and only wanted to be the fisherman. Now, you have finally failed miserably at such an easy task and have thrown yourself into it. With death at hand, Huotiani's heart was filled with anger. At the same time that he let out a furious roar, his eyes revealed a sinister expression as he laughed out loud. Humph die? The only one who will die is you. I will not die. The muscles on Wang Lin's face involuntarily twitched when he heard this. Soon after, however, the viciousness on Wang Lin's face became even denser. The gaze he used to look at Huotiani was filled with killing intent. Soon after, his body, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly paused at this moment. The two of them, who were originally only a short distance away from Huotiani, were now less than half a meter away from each other in the blink of an eye. Ah, Wang Lin! Just obediently die for me! Huotiani let out a stern laugh. He waved his large hand and grabbed at Wang Lin's ankle. Humph! Get lost! A disdainful cold laugh was immediately emitted from Wang Lin's mouth when he saw this scene. He twisted his leg and Dou Qi surged wildly. Soon after, he heavily stomped on Huotiani's chest. Bang! A frightening Dou Qi immediately poured out when this attack landed. Regardless of how Huotiani tried to block it, it was completely useless. The sword Qi method of the Heavenly Sword sect was known for its powerful attacking strength. With Wang Lin's current strength of a 2-star Dou Di, the golden-colored Dou Qi instantly agglomerated into a sharp blade. Although it appeared ordinary, Wang Lin was already prepared. This attack was something that even a 2-star Dou Di like him would not dare to underestimate, much less Huotiani, who was merely a 1-star Dou Di. Wang Lin was clearly unable to kill Huotiani with just one attack. However, his aim was clearly not this. At the same time that his foot landed, Wang Lin borrowed the force from his feet and violently stomped on Huotiani's chest. His body borrowed the force and once again shot out explosively. At the same time, Huotiani's body was sent into the shadow that covered the sky. Ah! A sharp, miserable cry was emitted from the shadow. Wang Lin's body had already taken the opportunity to escape from the area covered by the shadow. When he turned his head to look, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrunk. Even his entire body could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Looking over at this moment, the shadow was actually the narwhal snake's large mouth that was angrily opened. Huotiani had just been swallowed by it. His heart recalled the scene of Huotiani being swallowed into the narwhal snake's stomach. Even with his mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt like it was being overturned. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Even his breathing had temporarily paused. However, soon after, the enormous body of the narwhal snake suddenly began to twist. The body at its abdomen swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, the originally enormous body of the narwhal snake had swelled to more than double its original size. At the same time, waves of painful hissing sounds were emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Even though it was a magical beast with the strength of a 4-star Dou Di, it would still have to pay quite a big price to swallow a Dou Di. Burp. A moment later, just when everyone present thought that the body of the narwhal snake would burst apart because of this, the narwhal snake suddenly raised its enormous snake head high. Its enormous body suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, a long and loud burp was suddenly emitted from its mouth. Ugh! The appearance of this scene caused the expressions on the faces of everyone present to instantly solidify. Everyone's mouth was wide open. Their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. No one had expected that what they thought would burst apart and die would actually turn into such an awkward and humorous appearance. Cough, cough. In the empty air, the still pale-faced Xiao Yan involuntarily coughed a couple of times intensely when he saw this sudden scene. His heart, however, was emitting a rejoicing laughter. Fortunately, the strength of the one-legged golden snake was actually able to raise to such an extent at this critical moment. If the narwhal snake had not been present during this trip to the remains, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have been able to endure until now. Thank you very much. Lifting his head to look at the gradually recovering narwhal snake in front of him, Xiao Yan spat out sincere words of gratitude from his mouth. Upon hearing this, the huge body of the latter twisted slightly. A hissing sound was emitted from its mouth, as if it was rejecting and accepting at the same time. Xiao Yan smiled knowingly. His gaze slowly swept across the huge body of the latter. When his gaze shifted to the tail of the narwhal snake, he realized that a layer of crystal-like golden energy cuticle was gradually spreading on the entire body of the one-legged golden snake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in his heart. While his brows were tightly knitted together, he was both surprised and happy in his heart. It was not the first time that Xiao Yan had seen this strange energy cuticle. This was usually due to the excessive power in the body of the devourer, causing the energy to materialize. This also meant that the narwhal snake was about to enter a period of deep sleep. Once he lost the support of the narwhal snake, this powerful fighting force, it would be very difficult to face the 4 great clans again. Of course, putting all these aside, the appearance of this energy cuticle also meant that the strength of the narwhal snake could still continue to increase. After it had completely devoured all this energy, the strength of the narwhal snake would most likely be raised to the level of a late-stage 5-star Daoist. This kind of strength, even in the entire Western region, could be said to be at the top of the pyramid among all the elite Daoist. This strength would undoubtedly become a great fighting force for Xiao Yan when he went against the 4 great sects in the future. But now all of this was still unknown. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was in the sky, also discovered the little change on the narwhal snake's body. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His face, which was still showing a grave expression a moment ago, revealed a cold expression the next moment. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Xiao Yan, no matter how good your luck is, you will not be able to escape the fate of dying in my hands today. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious. His gaze focused on the energy cuticle that was rapidly spreading on the narwhal snake's body. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was heard. Surging Do Qi surged out from his body. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 689. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain that shrouded the space where Xiao Yan was currently standing. Wang Lin's figure stood not far away from Xiao Yan. His Do Qi surged and his 2-star Do Di aura pressed down heavily on Xiao Yan without holding back. Looking at his ferocious face, it was as if he wanted to swallow Xiao Yan alive. Under the pressure of the latter's powerful aura, even if the current Xiao Yan were to use all of his strength, he would be powerless. The current battle had yet to begin, but Xiao Yan had already been defeated. On the other side of the empty space, the narwhal snake was crazily twisting its body. Its snake mouth was wide open as it emitted waves of ear-piercing hisses. It tried its best to charge toward Wang Lin. If it could, the narwhal snake would not hesitate to swallow Wang Lin alive. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it struggled, it was still futile. Even Wang Lin's gaze when he looked at it had a mocking look in it. When everyone present looked over, they realized that there was a thick layer of energy cuticle on the narwhal snake's body. It was spreading at an incredible speed. Everywhere that was covered by the stratum corneum, it was as if it had been watered with copper water and could not move. Therefore, the narwhal snake struggled for a long time to no avail and Wang Lin was able to sneer at it. Xiao Yan, who had also witnessed this scene, felt his heart sink. He did not expect the positive energy cuticle to spread so quickly. If it continued to spread at this speed, he believed that the narwhal snake would be completely covered by the energy cuticle in no time. When that time came, even if it was unwilling, it could only helplessly enter a deep slumber. Xiao Yan would also have to face 2 elite Daoist. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became serious. However, before he could think any further, the terrifying aura above his head came one after another. Humph humph, even at such a time, you still have the mood to be concerned about this beast. You should first think about yourself. Wang Lin's tone was dense as he laughed coldly. Soon after, he opened and closed his palm. A short sword immediately appeared in his hand. His feet violently stepped on the empty space. The terrifying strength caused the invisible space to ripple. At the same time, Wang Lin's body shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. Wang Lin's hand held the short sword tightly. His expression was fierce. A biting cold killing intent surged out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a row of dense white teeth that contained a dense cold light, causing one to shudder. Xiao Yan. Zhuo Lin's mouth was filled with coldness. Dou Qi could be heard from the short sword in his hand as he ruthlessly swung it down toward Xiao Yan's head. Clang! Soon after, just as the short sword in Zhuo Lin's hand was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an enormous black-colored ruler suddenly blocked the top of Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, it also blocked this fatal blow. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan's body flew back over 10 steps in a miserable manner. Finally, he borrowed the weight of the heavy Shen ruler to pull his body back. Zhuo Lin's figure suddenly stood at the spot where he had been standing earlier. His expression was not only not angry, but instead revealed a mocking smile. Humph humph, a trapped beast will still put up a fight. I want to see just how many times you can block. Zhuo Lin's body once again disappeared the instant his mocking laughter sounded. All that was left was an illusionary afterimage. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically. The hand that was holding the enormous ruler suddenly exerted force. His body moved and hurriedly rushed to the side. Ha! Suddenly, a dark and cold mocking laughter was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ear. At the same time, a sharp blade that contained a cold glint ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yan's back. Clang! The next moment, following the clear sound of metal colliding, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flew forward. Zhuo Lin's expression changed slightly. His body swiftly turned and swiftly dodged the enormous ruler that was pouncing toward him. When Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body, Zhuo Lin's body moved and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. In the next moment, Qi! An enormous Dou Qi light cluster suddenly brushed past Zhuo Lin's face. It was only an instant away from violently smashing into Zhuo Lin's body. An instant later, Zhuo Lin's body gradually calmed down like a statue. When he recovered, he realized that his clothes were actually instantly drenched in cold sweat. What he did not know was that even his face had appeared extremely pale at this moment. Although most of the narwhal snake's body was no longer able to move, one should not forget that even though it was unable to personally move, it could still use its Dou Qi to help Xiao Yan resolve the danger. Unfortunately, the final result was much worse than what it had expected. Otherwise, just that attack earlier would have been enough to cause him to lose all of his fighting strength. An attack from a 4-star Dou Di was no joke. Just based on Zhuo Lin's current strength, it was as if he was facing a half-D expert. He could not even withstand a single blow. Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled with a heart full of fear. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around. The fear in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a gloomy and ice-cold expression that was as cold as the underworld. Zhuo Bentang, kill this bastard. An extremely low and deep voice was spat out one word at a time from Zhuo Lin's mouth. At the same time he said these words, everyone present could even sense that the empty space that everyone was standing in was trembling slightly. It was not difficult to imagine just how great the fluctuation in Zhuo Lin's heart was at this moment. When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuo Lin's words, the expression on his old face suddenly stiffened. Until now, this young master of his had truly become angry. Yes. Although he knew that he was no match for the narwhal snake, he also understood that he would not have a good ending if he offended Zhuo Lin. The degree of his misery might even be more miserable than dying in the hands of the narwhal snake. Instead of the latter, he felt that he might have a chance if he went all out. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's figure moved and quickly came in front of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the thick layer of energy keratin had already covered more than half of the narwhal snake's body. At this moment, the narwhal snake could only move part of the area below its head. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, Zhuo Lin's gaze once again fell on Xiao Yan. The expression in his eyes became colder and colder. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. His entire face looked abnormally twisted. Die! With a move of his body, Zhuo Lin's figure instantly disappeared above the empty space. Xiao Yan's expression changed again. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent. His figure moved quickly and dodged in all directions. The dark heavy buster sword in his hand was also waved, barely blocking some of the attacks that came towards him. However, even so, Xiao Yan's body had suffered quite a number of injuries in a short period of time. Although he had avoided his vital parts, the piercing pain that came from his wounds when they came into contact with the air caused Xiao Yan's face to be distorted. Zhuo Lin merely smiled ferociously in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind, and numerous golden-colored short swords that contained a cold glow swiftly agglomerated in the air around him. Following a thought from Zhuo Lin, they instantly transformed into numerous golden glows that violently pierced toward Xiao Yan from different directions. Ding 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 ding. The densely packed sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. Most of the sword lights were blocked by Xiao Yan's dark heavy buster sword. However, there were still quite a number of them that forcefully broke through the corresponding defense. In just a short period of time, many thumb-sized holes were left on Xiao Yan's body. The holes were so deep that they reached his bone marrow and the pain penetrated his soul. Even so, Xiao Yan could only clench his teeth and endure the pain. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the spot where the narwhal snake was standing. However, he saw that the latter had already been completely wrapped up by the energy cuticle. Even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the narwhal snake in front of him was like a fish on a chopping board. Even though its skin was thick, it could only be slaughtered. At this moment, Zhuo Bentang was displaying sets of powerful Do techniques with a cold face. He was trying to break open the energy cuticle on the surface of the narwhal snake's body in order to completely kill it. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Xiao Yan's face could not help but twitch intensely. Although Zhuo Bentang's attacks were like stones sinking into the sea when they landed on the energy cuticle, if he continued to deplete it endlessly, the positive energy cuticle would be broken open sooner or later. Whether the narwhal snake lived or died was only a matter of time. Damn it! Immediately, Xiao Yan was furious. However, even if this was the case, it could not change the fact that he was also extremely weak at this moment. His body was constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. If he was already in such a state, how could he save others? Xiao Yan, what is it? Even at such a time, you still have the mind to care about the life and death of this beast. Don't tell me that you don't care about me at all? You are really courting death. Zhuo Lin shouted angrily. Immediately after, his body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a twist of his wrist, the short sword in his hand revolved in his palm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed at Xiao Yan's throat. The sudden change caused Xiao Yan to be greatly alarmed. Although he managed to twist his body in time to avoid being hit in a vital spot, the short sword still left a shallow wound on his neck. As fresh blood flowed out, an icy feeling quickly surged up from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Even his back felt icy cold. The breathing from Xiao Yan's nose became sluggish. He carefully used his hand to gently rub the spot where he had been injured. Immediately, pain was transmitted. Xiao Yan's heart paused at this moment. The muscles on his face could not help but tremble intensely. It was as though his soul had been touched. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's heart strangely calmed down. Don't worry, I promised you that I will definitely bring you out of here. Since I have said it, I will definitely do it. No matter what. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. His originally hurried breathing also calmed down at this moment. Even his deathly pale face seemed to have recovered. Oh, why, you want to make a final gamble? Then come, let us decide the victor with one move. Today, I will let these fellows see with their own eyes that Xiao Yan, whose name resounds throughout the entire western region, will die at my hands today. Zhuo Lin coldly snorted. His face was filled with ridicule. Soon after, Zhuo Lin waved his large hand. Golden dough cheese spluttered out from his palm. It was like flowing water as it swiftly transformed and agglomerated. Finally, it turned into a golden longsword. Golden Cloud Sword. It's the Golden Cloud Sword. Tisk Hiske, this is the weapon that made young Master Zhuo famous. It is said that it has been with young Master Zhuo since a long time ago. It is said that as long as young Master Zhuo uses this sword, he will definitely not be defeated. Looks like young Master Zhuo intends to use this sword to continue the legend this time around. At the same time that Zhuo Lin took out this sword, the crowd outside the window could not help but become restless. Clearly, this so-called golden cloud sword was quite famous in the western region. Xiaoyan, it is worth it for you to die under my golden cloud sword today. My golden cloud sword has always only killed experts above the Daoist level. It is your honor for a mere bandit like you to die under my golden cloud sword. Wang Lin listened to the praises that were transmitted from the mouths of the crowd outside the arena. At the same time, the golden sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the majestic Dao Qi within the vortex in his body surged out as though it was free of charge. It followed Wang Lin's body and circled around his arm like numerous water snakes. Finally, it entered the golden cloud sword in Wang Lin's hand. With the pouring of Dao Qi, the golden cloud sword glowed brightly. An incomparably powerful overbearing aura also spread out from it. The faces of those who sensed this aura involuntarily became solemn. This golden cloud sword was indeed extraordinary. By being able to become the weapon of the eldest son of the Zhou clan, the head of the 4 great clans, its strength was really not something that an ordinary weapon could compare with. Compared to Wang Lin's sharp edge, Xiaoyan's actions caused others to feel disgusted and strange upon seeing him. Just as everyone thought that Xiaoyan was preparing to use his final Dao skill, the following scene caused everyone present to be instantly stunned. Not only did Xiaoyan not use the heavy Xian ruler, he instead flipped his hand and put it away. Soon after, he spread his hands in front of Wang Lin's displeased gaze. Soon after, a glow flashed in his palm and a couple of jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Bang! With a slight shake, Xiaoyan shattered all the jade bottles in his hand. After which, what was revealed were the dozens of medicinal pills that were added together. In an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance quickly spread across the square, causing the faces of everyone present to change. These are Tier 3 medicinal pills? These are all Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even if he is a Tier 3 alchemist, it is likely that even the Alchemist Alliance does not have the ability to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills at once. At this moment, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Everyone's gaze uniformly landed on the medicinal pills in Xiaoyan's hands. If he were to take out so many Tier 3 medicinal pills, it would attract countless number of elite Daoist to snatch them. Now that they were placed in front of them, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. However, they also knew Xiaoyan's ability. Since he dared to take out so many medicinal pills in front of everyone, he naturally had a way to protect them. However, in front of everyone's fiery hot gazes, Xiaoyan opened his mouth wide. At the same time, he suddenly lifted one of his hands and violently stuffed the medicinal pill in his hand into his mouth. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wished that he could stuff his hand into it as well. Ugh! This sudden scene caused everyone's bodies to instantly stiffen. They were like numerous statues that were fixed on the spot. They watched as Xiaoyan lifted his second hand. Soon after, he took another big mouthful of medicinal pills and violently stuffed them into his mouth. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 690. Dozens of elite Daoist in the large square were stunned as they watched Xiaoyan gradually swallow a large mouthful of medicinal pills with great difficulty. Other than the extreme shock in their hearts, there was also a craziness because of it. This action was really crazy. Even they did not dare to attempt it. Dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills were actually swallowed by Xiaoyan at one go. The powerful strength that they brought was sufficient to cause Xiaoyan's body to explode. This action of Xiaoyan was no different from committing suicide. This fellow knows that he no longer has any way to survive. Is he planning to risk his life for another? He is really crazy. It's just a pity. He has such great training talent at such a young age, but he just had to provoke the 4 large sections. He is really young and frivolous. He does not know the immensity of the world. Shocked and regretful voices quietly spread from the crowd. Everyone's eyes revealed a pitiful expression when they looked at the current Xiaoyan. Even if the entire western region was not filled with elite Daoist, there were still quite a number of them. However, even they did not dare to face the 4 large sects head-on. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was great. His strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. Yet, he was still active in the western region despite being searched by the 4 large sections. Although he had been lucky enough to successfully escape from the hands of the 4 large clans a couple of times earlier, it seemed that he would not have the slightest chance of survival this time around. This lunatic, seeing that Xiao Yan had actually swallowed dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, even with Wang Lin's character, he could not help but curse softly at this moment. The expression on his face changed as he instantly withdrew the golden cloud sword in his hand. The Dou Qi within his body also wildly surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a golden Dou Qi light barrier around him. The strength that erupted from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills was sufficient to turn Xiao Yan's body into an extremely large human bomb. Once it exploded, not only would Xiao Yan die, but even many of the elite Dou Di present might not be able to endure the frightening strength that completely swept out. This was something that even someone as confident as Wang Lin did not dare to be careless in his heart. While Wang Lin flashed back, the crowd outside the arena also began to raise the Dou Qi within their bodies. They were naturally able to see the imminent danger in the arena. For the sake of their own lives, these people did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While everyone in the arena was moving, the dozens of medicinal pills within Xiao Yan's body were being refined at the same time. Immediately, an extremely frightening medicinal strength surged violently within Xiao Yan's body like a volcano erupting. The powerful and overbearing strength was like a group of wild horses that had escaped their reins as it swiftly swept through Xiao Yan's limbs and bones. At this moment, the cells all over her body appeared to be extremely hungry. The moment the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills surged over, she began to wildly absorb them. Within a short couple of breaths, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already returned to its peak. However, the outcome was far from this. Even though the aura within Xiao Yan's body had already returned to its peak, the medicinal strength that had been exhausted was only a small portion of the amount that had been completely merged with the dozens of medicinal pills. The remaining strength was wildly colliding within Xiao Yan's body. It could not be controlled as it forcefully surged into every cell in Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan was like a bucket that had already been filled with water. Even though the bucket was already full, an enormous amount of water was still wildly pouring into it. However, in the blink of an eye, the skin all over Xiao Yan's body had become boiling hot. Its color had also turned blood red. His entire person looked like a blood person, appearing extremely terrifying. Of course, this was merely Xiao Yan's outer appearance. At this moment, the inside of his body was even more chaotic. The frightening energy that had been agglomerated from dozens of Tier 3 medicinal pills crazily shuttled back and forth within Xiao Yan's body, causing waves of intense, throbbing pain to be repeatedly emitted from within his body. Damn it! I was careless. I never thought that the power of a Tier 3 medicinal pill would be even more terrifying than I had expected. Xiao Yan could not help but curse as he tried his best to control the rampaging energy within his body. Immediately after, Xiao Yan fiercely clenched his teeth as he suddenly let out a low roar in his heart. He suddenly clenched his fists tightly. The frightening strength caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart moved. The remaining spiritual strength in his heart flowed downwards without reservation. It crazily invaded his body and forcefully gathered the scattered wild energy once again. Of course, this kind of action could only have a temporary effect. As long as Xiao Yan did not completely exhaust the energy within his body, this energy would sooner or later spread once again. When that time came, the energy that had been agglomerated would instantly erupt. The strength that erupted at that moment would be sufficient to instantly tear Xiao Yan apart. Xiao Yan was unwilling to cause his own death, so, after temporarily gathering the wild and violent energy within his body, Xiao Yan widened his mouth. Immediately, a couple of different colored wild and violent flames were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. They were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the heavenly flames that were standing in front of Xiao Yan were the top 6 heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. However, the purifying demonic lotus flame and the nihility devouring flame were missing. Hence, Xiao Yan used the other 2 heavenly flames to replace them. After summoning the heavenly flames, What Xiao Yan needed to do next was to gather these 6 types of heavenly flames and agglomerate the strongest Dao skill that Xiao Yan had created himself, the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yan did not hesitate when he summoned the 6 types of heavenly flames. 2 of his fat hands, which appeared large due to being filled with energy, slammed heavily in front of him. Immediately, these 6 types of heavenly flames were violently slammed together. At the same time, the wild and violent energy within them also collided in an instant. Sizzle! A firelight shot out and the wild and violent energy instantly invaded. Both of Xiao Yan's hands were immediately replaced by numerous scarlet wounds. Fresh blood dripped from them. Just looking at them caused one's heart to feel a pain. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily parted. While his mouth inhaled a breath of cold air, his hand did not dare to hesitate even a little. The remaining spiritual strength between his brows wildly surged out of his body. He used all of his strength to control the brilliant cluster of flames that was constantly emitting a slight explosion in his hand. Droplets of scarlet water swiftly fell from Xiao Yan's forehead. However, it was unknown whether it was sweat or blood. The pain arrived. However, at the same time that fresh blood was the price, the few clusters of flames in Xiao Yan's hands were swiftly merging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a short moment, the flames in Xiao Yan's hands had already vaguely reached an equilibrium point. There was a great trend of merging. At the same time that Xiao Yan did these actions, everyone outside of the battleground also used different gazes to observe the actions of Xiao Yan in the battleground. Immediately, the many elite Daoist, who had been shocked by Xiao Yan swallowing over 10 Tier 3 medicinal pills at one go, were once again shocked by Xiao Yan. This fellow, he is really capable of doing anything when he is about to die. Has he really gone crazy? He actually wants to forcefully merge the heavenly flames together. How is this possible? Lunatic. This fellow is a lunatic. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The old me does not wish to die with you. Immediately, various voices were emitted from the crowd. Some were shocked, some were shocked. At the same time, there was also fear. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame was something that the entire continent acknowledged. The wild and violent nature of a heavenly flame meant that it was destined to be unable to coexist and merge with anything in this world. At this moment, this action of Xiao Yan was undoubtedly challenging something that the entire continent did not dare to confirm. How could this not cause them to feel shocked and terrified? Damn it! What exactly is this brat trying to do? The expression in Juelin's eyes also changed after seeing this scene. His heart was filled with respect for the heavenly flame, and he did not dare to have any thoughts about it. After all, everyone in the entire continent knew that the heavenly flame in the world had already transformed into a spirit. They were existences that they could not afford to offend. How would he dare to have any thoughts about the heavenly flame? Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's actions still caused him to feel a wave of fear from his heart. Puff! At the same time, a puff sound was suddenly heard in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Another cluster of dense white flames suddenly rose. This dense white flame was undoubtedly the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan was involuntarily stunned when he saw this sudden scene. Even the heavenly flame that was being forcefully agglomerated in his hand suddenly erupted. Firelight shot out and Xiao Yan's hands were covered by scarlet-red fresh blood, giving him a frightening appearance. Let's add this to the mix. Although the old me has already said that I will not fight for you, lending you the heavenly flame should not be considered as fighting for you. Guyu laughed as he spoke. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled when he heard this. He quietly thanked Guyu in his heart. Soon after, he did not say anything else. He was aware that this was not the time to joke around. Just these 6 types of heavenly flames might be able to deal with an ordinary elite Daoist, but those 3-star Daoist were not ordinary individuals. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he did not have a 50% chance of killing them with these 6 types of heavenly flames. However, if the bone-chilling flame was added into the mix, Xiao Yan would at least have a 50% chance of being able to rely on the extermination fire lotus to fight with those 3-star Daoist. Even if he could not kill them, he would be able to cause them to pay a great price. Bang! Both of Xiao Yan's hands slammed together. The brilliant flame and the dense white heavenly flame smashed together. Immediately, an even more wild and violent strength erupted from between the two clusters of flames. Even the surrounding empty space fluctuated intensely. At the same time, Lin on the opposite side also stared intently at the two clusters of flames between Xiao Yan's hands with a pair of sword-like eyes. He sensed the frightening destructive aura that erupted from them. Without realizing it, the expression in his eyes gradually became sharp. From Xiao Yan's crazy actions earlier until now, Lin was certain that this was not the first time that Xiao Yan had done something like this. Since this was the case, once the two clusters of flames in Xiao Yan's hands were completely merged together, just how frightening would the strength that would erupt be after the 7 types of heavenly flames were merged? Lin's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan had not swallowed dozens of medicinal pills because he wanted to take them down with him. Instead, he wanted to rely on this trump card of his to finish off everyone present in one fell swoop. However, from the looks of it at this moment, in order to quickly agglomerate this dough technique, Xiao Yan seemed to need to focus all of his attention on the two clusters of flames in his hands. Since you have no time to be distracted, I want to see just how you are going to agglomerate this dough technique. If the dough technique is not formed, the only path left for you is death. Lin let out a ferocious laugh in his mouth. His hand, which was retracted, slowly tightened. The golden cloud sword, which had originally been stored in his storage ring, once again quietly appeared in Lin's hand at this moment. Swoosh! Soon after, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xiao Yan, Lin's body suddenly disappeared from the empty space where he was standing earlier. At the same time, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly sounded in the sky above the open ground. Soon after, a cold glint suddenly flickered in the empty space a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, a golden-colored longsword with an extremely sharp aura appeared. It was the golden cloud sword. The invisible sword aura instantly pierced through the invisible empty space. Soon after, Lin's body also appeared in the empty space. Soon after, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing that the golden cloud sword in his hand was about to pierce into the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, everyone present finally noticed Lin, who had suddenly appeared. However, when everyone recovered, Xiao Yan, who was originally completely focused on merging the heavenly flames in his hand, suddenly lifted his head. A pair of scarlet eyes instantly stared at Lin in front of him. The invisible overbearing aura actually caused the latter's mind to instantly tremble. His entire body could not help but be startled. After being absent-minded for a moment, when Lin quickly recovered, Xiao Yan had already retreated explosively. When he saw the cold smile that was revealed on Xiao Yan's flushed face, the expression in Lin's eyes instantly hardened. A bad premonition crazily surged in his heart. This is bad. The moment Lin recovered, he suddenly waved the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body immediately pulled back. At the same time, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his hand. Dozens of elite Daoist in the open ground looked over in unison. At this very moment, there was a beautiful fire lotus, the size of a wash basin, slowly standing in the air above Xiao Yan's raised hand. Xiao Yan's retreating body slowly came to a stop. At the same time, the expression on his red face gradually became ruthless. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Lin, whose expression had changed drastically. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, "Annihilation Fire Lotus, go." Chapter 691. The beautiful fire lotus leisurely drifted toward Lin in the empty air. The beautiful-looking fire lotus was just like a perfect piece of art. It gave people a feeling that they could not bear to part with it. However, when the people present focused their attention and looked at it, they would immediately discover that as this beautiful-looking fire lotus drew through the empty air, threads of a powerful destructive aura were being emitted from it. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the invisible empty space would be quietly torn apart, leaving behind a dark black endless empty space. Above this fire lotus, even these elite Do-di present similarly felt a deep fear deep within their hearts. They did not doubt that if this fire lotus in front of them were to land on the body of any one of them, the result would undoubtedly be that they would be instantly killed. Such a powerful strength was something that not a single person present could endure. What class of Do technique is this? What a frightening strength. No wonder even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects are unable to do anything to him. Just based on this, even an elite Do-di would not be able to endure it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and fear from the crowd stared intently at the beautiful fire lotus that was slowly drifting in the arena. At the same time, everyone began to manically maneuver the Do-chi within their bodies. They did their best to agglomerate what they believed to be their strongest defense around their bodies, intending to use this to resist the threat that was about to arrive. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's expression was also extremely solemn as he stared at the frightening fire lotus that was heading toward him. The shock and fear in his heart was not much weaker than those ordinary elite Do-di outside of the arena. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to completely agglomerate the 2 clusters of flames within such a short period of time. Moreover, from the looks of the result, the strength of this beautiful fire lotus was sufficient to threaten his life. This was the problem that Zhuo Lin was truly concerned about. Damn it! Why does this brat possess such a powerful Do technique? If I had known earlier, I would have killed him earlier. I would not have given him the chance to even use it. Zhuo Lin cursed in his heart. Soon after, however, he could only helplessly shake his head. Regardless of what he thought in his heart, it was already too late now. It was useless to think too much. Rather than grumbling, it was better to think of a way to face the situation in front of him. If the fire lotus were to really erupt, he was unwilling to be the first person to die. The beautiful fire lotus was like a leaf that slowly drifted forward in the empty space. Zhuo Lin on the opposite side finally moved at this moment. Shua! The golden cloud sword in Zhuo Lin's hand suddenly shook. Sword aura rippled as it emitted a soft sword hum in the air. Soon after, a thought passed through Zhuo Lin's heart and the Do-chi within his body once again wildly surged out. It followed his arm and spread all the way before finally pouring into the golden cloud sword. The golden light on the golden cloud sword shone brightly. Following the pouring in of Do-chi, an extremely powerful and frightening aura was also emitted. After doing all this, Zhuo Lin still appeared to be uneasy. He frowned slightly. Soon after, his teeth violently bit the tip of his tongue. Immediately, Zhuo Lin's expression turned pale. A couple of drops of golden-colored blood also shot out from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Under Zhuo Lin's control, they entered the golden cloud sword in his hand. These few drops of golden-colored blood were the few remaining essence blood in Zhuo Lin's body. With the addition of these few drops of essence blood, an even more glaring golden light instantly shot out from the golden cloud sword. Looking from a distance, it was like a golden sun, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. However, after Zhuo Lin finished doing all this, the scene that everyone had imagined did not appear in front of their eyes. Instead, Zhuo Lin held the golden cloud sword in his hand and placed it in front of him. Under the illumination of the golden light, his entire body was buried in this cluster of golden light. Seeing that the beautiful fire lotus was about to arrive in front of him, Zhuo Lin calmed down. On the other hand, everyone outside the arena retreated to the edge of the arena in fear. Ooh, Zhuo Lin slowly exhaled. At the same time, his mind moved. Soon after, a turbulent sword intent immediately swept out in all directions from within his body. Domain of the sword. As a circular golden-colored light spread out from under Zhuo Lin's feet, the space where Xiao Yan and Zhuo Lin were was immediately filled and buried by Zhuo Lin's domain of the sword. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan on the opposite side frowned slightly. He violently shook his head and forcefully suppressed the giddy feeling that was transmitted from within his mind. At the same time, the heavenly flame within his body was also wildly refining the endless wild and violent Do-chi. After a few rounds of fighting, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was almost completely exhausted. In order to swiftly agglomerate the annihilation fire lotus earlier, Xiao Yan had exhausted all of his spiritual strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already broken his connection with the Annihilation Fire Lotus the moment it left his hand. Otherwise, he would have long since self-detonated the Annihilation Fire Lotus. Xiao Yan's heart also held a curious attitude toward Zhuo Lin's action. He was certain that with the strength of the Annihilation Fire Lotus this time around, there was definitely no elite Do Di present who could forcefully resist it. Zhuo Lin also understood this in his heart. Since this was the case, what was Zhuo Lin's intention? Xiao Yan was naturally not the only one present who held such a curious attitude. However, the distance between the Annihilation Fire Lotus and Zhuo Lin was only a short 100 feet. Regardless of what they wanted to do, they would not be able to make it in time. Zhuo Lin, who had unleashed the domain of the sword, had a dense gaze. The sword intent in his eyes agglomerated, causing his eyes, which already possessed quite a deterrent force, to appear even more penetrating. Anyone who looked at them would feel as though there was a sword pointed between their brows, causing them to shudder. Imperial Sword Skill, 6th Form, Sword Seal. As the indifferent cry from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded, the golden cloud sword in his hand suddenly fell at this moment. It heavily pierced the empty space in front of him. Bang! Soon after, the invisible empty space in the sky in front of Zhuo Lin suddenly collapsed. Soon after, a small mountain-like golden-colored enormous sword fell from the sky. Immediately, it violently paused in the empty space in front of Zhuo Lin. Oh, this is the Imperial Sword Skill, huh? It is also the 6th Form, Sword Seal. If I remember correctly, Jian Ming had once used it when he had just arrived at the Western region. It could be considered one of his famous Do skills. It is unexpected that this Zhuo Lin is actually able to use it. Seeing this somewhat familiar enormous sword in front of him, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. In his heart, he also felt a shock at Zhuo Lin's frightening training talent. The Imperial Sword Skill was able to become Jian Ming's famous Do skill. Its strength would naturally not be weak. It was unexpected that Zhuo Lin was actually able to practice it to such a level at such a young age. This also went to show just how frightening his training talent was. It was likely that even in the entire Heavenly Sword sect or the 4 large sects, the number of people who could compare with him could be counted with one's fingers. A pressure involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart when he thought of this. According to his understanding, the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sword sect was not a member of the Zhuo clan. It was also not anyone from the 4 large clans. Instead, it was the son of the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Jian Ming. It was rumored that the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di at such a young age. This kind of training talent could truly be described as frightening. Just now, the latter's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. It was easy to imagine that once he truly matured, his strength would definitely rise to another level. The Heavenly Sword sect had such an exceptional person who could be described as heaven-defying. It was unimaginable that the other 3 sects would definitely not lack such a genius person. Moreover, these people were all formidable opponents for Xiao Yan in the future. While Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner in his heart, Zhuo Lin, who was in the air, once again waved the long sword in his hand. Ha! Another low cry sounded. Soon after, the empty space in the sky once again collapsed. Similar to the former, another enormous golden sword, whose strength was not the least bit inferior to the former, landed heavily in front of the first enormous sword. The 2 enormous swords formed 2 sword shields with each other, protecting Zhuo Lin behind them. 4 of these enormous swords with unhindered strength fell one after another. The 4 enormous swords used the sword shield formation to block in front of Zhuo Lin. The instant the 4th sword shield fell, the gorgeous fire lotus also collided with it with a loud bang. At this moment, the world was silent and the entire place was silent. Everyone present held their breaths in concentration. Even Zhuo Lin, who was experiencing it personally, had a grave expression on his face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A buzzing sound rang out where the gorgeous fire lotus collided with the sword shield. At the same time, the enormous sword shield also began to violently tremble at this moment. On the other hand, the light on the gorgeous fire lotus did not weaken in the slightest. Even the speed of its rotation did not change in the slightest. Every time it rotated, it would release waves of terrifying destructive aura. The powerful force wantonly spread out, forming a huge wave of energy. Like a flood or a ferocious beast, it heavily bombarded the sword shield. Every time it collided, it would cause the sword and shield to tremble violently. At the same time, thumb-sized cracks began to rapidly spread across the surface of the sword and shield. After a couple of breaths, the first sword shield suddenly burst apart in front of the gazes of all the elite Do-D present. The Fire Lotus strength did not decrease as it continued to slowly fly forward. Soon after, it once again collided with the second sword shield. Buzz, 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 a familiar scene once again descended. All the elite Do-D present felt a wave of shock and fear at the strength of this Fire Lotus. It was likely that even these elite Do-D present would not be able to easily break this sword shield when faced with it. However, at this moment, this sword shield actually appeared to be so weak in front of this Fire Lotus. Such a scene could not be said that this sword shield was too weak. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's Annihilation Fire Lotus that was too frighteningly strong. Although the second sword shield persisted for a much longer time than the first sword shield, it was ultimately still gently shattered by the Fire Lotus. Only at this moment did the gorgeous glow on the Fire Lotus gradually dim. At the same time, the Fire Lotus also paused in the empty space. It slowly rotated and no longer moved. The appearance of this scene caused quite a number of people present to quietly sigh in relief in their hearts. They did not expect that the Fire Lotus would actually pause in the air at this critical moment. This caused everyone present to cry out in surprise in their hearts. However, soon after, the moment when all the elite Do-D present revealed a smile on the corner of their mouths, the outermost layer of lotus petals on the gorgeous Fire Lotus quietly fell off at this moment. This scene did not appear to be eye-catching. However, when the lotus petal fell, a terrifying aura that was filled with destruction swept across the square like a storm in the blink of an eye. Bang! The terrifying energy storm arrived one after another. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the sword shield that was facing it, Grug. The first person to bear the brunt of it was Wang Lin. Under the extremely frightening energy storm, his expression had almost instantly turned pale. A large mouthful of fresh blood that was mixed with fragments of his internal organs was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. Wang Lin's body flew back uncontrollably. However, before the first wave of energy storm could scatter, the second layer of lotus petals fell. An even more frightening energy storm once again swept across the large open ground like a hurricane. Within a short couple of breaths, there were less than 20 of the dozens of elite Do-D present who were still able to stand. The remaining people were either dead or seriously injured. Under this energy storm, even though they were as strong as Do-D, they were unable to change their fate of death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the third energy storm once again swept apart. The faces of everyone present had become incomparably pale. Even someone as strong as Bai Yingzhua Bentang, a 3-star Do-D, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. At this moment, Wang Lin was naturally quite seriously injured under the 2 waves of energy storms. However, he relied on his own ability to barely endure. After being struck by the 2 waves of energy storms, Wang Lin's body was repeatedly sent flying. When he once again landed on the ground, he turned his gaze and coincidentally landed beside Sun Shura. At this moment, the aura within Sun Shua's body had become extremely weak after experiencing 2 waves of energy storms. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth was lifted into a dark and stern smile when he saw this. Before the 3rd wave of energy storm arrived, Wang Lin forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. He pulled the seriously injured Sun Shua in front of him and used the latter's body to block the incoming energy storm. At the same time, on Xiao Yan's side, after having endured 2 waves of energy storms, the current Xiao Yan was also covered with injuries. His aura was weak as he lay on the open ground. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. The injuries within his body could not be any more serious. Xiao Yan's face was ashen when he saw the arrival of the 3rd energy storm. If Gu Yu really did not intervene, forget about blocking it with his current strength, he would have difficulty even moving his finger. This time around, it was likely that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the narwhal snake, which was still wrapped by the energy cuticle with great difficulty. He helplessly sighed in his heart. Immediately, he slowly shut his eyes with a heart filled with unwillingness. He waited for the moment of death to arrive. Chapter 692. When the final energy storm swept over this open ground, the open ground could be said to be covered with corpses at a glance. It was a tragic sight. Not long ago, the dozens of elite Daoist present had all died at this moment. The manner of each of their deaths was extremely miserable. Their faces also carried an endless amount of horror. None of the people present were able to escape alive under the fire lotus. Even though they were elite Daoist, they had difficulty contending with such a great strength. The open ground that was covered with corpses was completely silent. A dense bloody scent covered the entire open ground. Although the fire lotus had already scattered, its remaining might did not disappear for a long time. Smoke permeated the open ground as a bloody fog rose. Only the statue in the middle of the open ground still stood. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion sounded from the pile of corpses. Soon after, a couple of corpses were sent flying. They forcefully exploded in midair, turning into a cluster of bloody fog that did not scatter. Cough, cough. A human figure slowly stood up from the pile of corpses. His figure appeared somewhat miserable. His snow-white clothes were dyed red by fresh blood. The aura within his body was extremely weak. However, he was undoubtedly much better off when compared to these corpses around him. This person was Wang Lin. Finally, at the critical moment when the energy storm swept over, he had borrowed Sun Shua's body and barely managed to block the energy storm. Sun Shua, who was already seriously injured, naturally had no way to survive under the storm. Wang Lin, on the other hand, was also seriously injured despite having survived. Wang Lin's heart was filled with shock as he looked at the miserable scene on the open ground. A deep fear lingered within his heart. He had never seen such a frightening scene, nor had he seen such a frightening Dao technique. He really had difficulty imagining that Xiao Yan was really only a bandit. A bandit was actually able to unleash such a great strength. Even a true elite Daoist had suffered countless deaths and injuries from this attack of his. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of weak existence a so-called elite Daoist would be in Xiao Yan's eyes once he stepped into the ranks of elite Daoist in the future. Wang Lin inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he slowly recovered from the shock that filled his heart. He forcefully controlled the emotions in his heart. Wang Lin's entire body trembled as he lifted his gaze. His gaze scanned the open ground in front of him. A pair of spiritless eyes carefully searched the open ground, hoping to find Xiao Yan's corpse. However, after his gaze carefully swept across the square, the expression in Wang Lin's eyes involuntarily froze. His dry and white lips trembled as he opened them. An expression of disbelief involuntarily appeared on his deathly pale face. Wang Lin's voice was hoarse. Although he wanted to say something, in the end he still sat on the ground with a plop sound while his heart was filled with fear. The fear in his heart was even greater at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had carefully swept his gaze over every corpse present. However, in the end he did not see a corpse that matched Xiao Yan's description. He believed that he had definitely not missed anything. Xiao Yan's corpse had indeed disappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin could only place the greatest hope in his heart that Xiao Yan had been completely turned into ashes by that storm. Even his corpse was not left behind. Of course, this was the most beautiful fantasy in Wang Lin's heart. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, he did not wish for the other party to have any possibility of surviving. This was because once that happened, it meant that he might once again meet Xiao Yan in the future. He might once again meet the demon in the depths of his heart. In Wang Lin's heart, Xiao Yan was the first person in history to be regarded as a demon. On this point, even the other few geniuses from the four great sects were unable to pose such a threat to him. Xiao Yan's growth potential had already reached an extremely frightening stage. Only by truly destroying such an enemy would his heart be at peace. Otherwise, as long as Xiao Yan did not die, he would definitely become an eternal obstacle in Zhuo Lin's heart in the future. It might even cause his cultivation to stagnate and he would be reduced to an ordinary Daoist. This kind of thing was something that he could not accept. However, at this moment, Zhuo Lin also realized that not only had Xiao Yan's corpse disappeared from the open ground, even the narwhal snake that was wrapped by the energy layer had also disappeared. The appearance of this scene further confirmed the belief in Zhuo Lin's heart that Xiao Yan was still alive. Impossible. How could he have survived? This is not real. This is definitely not real. Xiao Yan, where are you? Come out if you have the ability. What kind of hero are you if you hide your head and show your tail? Get out here. Suddenly, the pale white face of Zhuo Lin, who was trembling all over, swiftly turned red. His pair of spiritless eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. He waved his large hand abruptly and the golden cloud sword appeared in his palm. He forcefully supported his seriously injured body, appearing as though he was going to fight with Xiao Yan, whose life and death was unknown. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, an intense coughing sound was emitted from a certain spot in the open ground. Zhuo Lin's gaze also abruptly followed it and looked over. Xiao Yan. Zhuo Lin's voice was extremely hoarse as he let out a furious roar. He forcefully supported his body and his feet violently stepped on a corpse in front of him. Then he wildly dashed in the direction where the coughing sound came from. At the same time, a human figure covered in fresh blood climbed out of the pile of corpses with great difficulty. From the looks of his appearance, he was the leader of the Hua clan on this trip to the remains, Hua Ba. Although Hua Ba had temporarily lost his fighting strength in the previous battle, causing him to be unable to maneuver the Dou Qi within his body, he had relied on some of his own tactics at the critical moment to endure those few waves of energy storms with great difficulty. Even though this was the case, the current Hua Ba was already extremely weak. The current him had great difficulty even crawling his body, much less standing up and maneuvering the Dou Qi within his body. However, he had just climbed out of the pile of corpses and flipped over with great difficulty. His mouth was roughly breathing in the air that was filled with the scent of blood when he heard a hoarse, furious roar being transmitted from far away beside his ear. Soon after, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. By the time he recovered, Zhuo Lin had indeed arrived in front of him. Zhuo Lin's hand raised and the sword fell. Before Hua Ba could recover, this 3-star Daoist's head had already been separated from his body. After killing Hua Ba, the body of Zhuo Lin, whose heart was filled with madness, immediately softened. He heavily fell to the ground. Beside him, the golden cloud sword also fell to the ground uncontrollably. Coincidentally, the sharp tip of the sword was pointed directly at Zhuo Lin's throat. Bang! At a certain moment, a human figure climbed up with great difficulty on the open ground that everyone thought was empty. A pair of shady old eyes that were filled with fear looked at Zhuo Lin's current position. Forcefully enduring the intense pain in his body, the old man forcefully maneuvered the few remaining threads of Dou Qi in the vortex. His feet heavily stomped on the ground. His body flickered a few times before he finally arrived in front of Zhuo Lin. In his weakened state, Zhuo Lin opened his eyes with great difficulty. Only a thin slit could be seen. In his blurry state, he was able to clearly see the person who had arrived. It was the leader of his Zhuo clan, Zhuo Bentang. As a 3-star Daoist expert, Zhuo Bentang naturally would not die so easily since Hua Ba did not die. Zhuo Bentang looked at Zhuo Lin with a grave expression as he arrived in front of him. His heart was filled with worry. Zhuo Lin was the most talented genius in their Zhuo clan, and he did not wish for anything to happen to the latter. Otherwise, even without mentioning this, he would not be able to get past his father, the head of the Zhuo clan. Hence, he did not dare to slight the seriously injured Zhuo Lin in front of him. Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely not let anything happen to you. After muttering these words, Zhuo Bentang frowned and withdrew his gaze. After which, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After he swiftly opened it, a round medicinal pill rolled out from within. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance swiftly spread across the empty space of the deep region. Even the rich bloody smell in the air was washed away at this moment. This medicinal pill was a Tier 3 medicinal pill. It was something that Zhuo Bentang had specially prepared for this trip to the remains as a precaution. Originally, he thought that nothing would go wrong during this trip to the remains. However, he did not expect that he would actually end up using this medicinal pill. As he thought of this, Zhuo Bentang could not help but recall the annihilation fire lotus that Xiao Yan had displayed in the end while he sighed emotionally. The strength of that thing was really so great that it was frightening. Even now, Zhuo Bentang's heart was still filled with an endless amount of fear when he recalled it. It was really difficult to imagine that such a great strength was actually unleashed by a bandit. This was really frightening. He did not even dare to imagine how frightening the strength of the fire lotus would be if Xiao Yan's strength was a little stronger, reaching the strength of an 8-star bandit or even a 9-star bandit. It was likely that even an elite 3-star Daoist like him would not have any chance of surviving. Zhuo Bentang only withdrew his thoughts after feeding the medicinal pill into Zhuo Lin's mouth. His pair of old eyes slowly moved. Finally, they landed on the golden cloud sword beside his feet. Letting out a deep sigh, Zhuo Bentang casually gripped the hilt of the gold cloud sword. His pair of gloomy old eyes carefully observed this gold cloud sword in front of him. At the same time, the medicinal pill that had just been swallowed by Zhuo Lin in front of him was also emitting waves of warm medicinal strength. It swiftly healed the injuries within Zhuo Lin's body. While Zhuo Bentang was focusing his attention on the golden cloud sword in his hand, he did not see that Zhuo Lin was currently narrowing his eyes. His gaze was firmly staring at Zhuo Bentang in front of him. There was a dense killing intent quietly flashing deep within his eyes. A couple of minutes later, Zhuo Bentang finally put down the golden cloud sword in his hand. His body moved and he sat cross-legged beside Zhuo Lin, who was lying flat on the ground. After consuming a medicinal pill, he also began to quietly recover from the injuries within his body. At the same time, in a place where the two of them did not notice, a white-clothed Bai Ying was quietly standing on the statue that stood in the middle of the plaza. However, from the looks of his expression, he did not appear to be in a much better state than Zhuo Bentang. A pair of dense eyes stared at Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang, who were lucky enough to survive. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his pale face. It was unexpected that the Zhuo clan had not lost a single person. In this way, he could not take the risk and recklessly attack. It was fine if he was facing Zhuo Bentang alone. However, since there was an additional Zhuo Lin, he had no choice but to be extremely careful. A 2-star Daoist was enough to turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment. Even though Zhuo Lin was quite seriously injured at this moment, he was still in the same situation. Thinking of this, Bai Ying frowned as he looked at the two people in the plaza. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the qi method within his body and began to recover from the injuries within his body. Bai Ying did not bring any medicinal pills with him when he entered the remains this time around. Those things had already been handed over to Bai Zhan before he entered the remains. This time around, the father and son had entered the remains separately, one in the open and one in the dark. As a 3-star Daoist, Bai Ying naturally did not doubt his own strength. He did not think that there was anyone who could truly hurt him during this trip to the remains. Of course, the current situation had caused him to miscalculate. As for Bai Zhan's side, the father and son had already discussed it. Bai Zhan would not enter the depths of the remains. In order to obtain some of the treasures within the ancient forest, Bai Zhan would definitely take quite a big risk. As a safety precaution, Bai Ying had given all the medicinal pills he had on him to Bai Zhan. As a result, Bai Ying did not have any medicinal pills to consume at this moment. Qi. However, at a certain moment, Bai Ying, who was quietly training, suddenly heard the sound of a long sword piercing through a body. When he hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a scene that caused him to be extremely shocked. At this moment, Zhuo Lin's body, which was originally lying on the ground, had unknowingly stood in front of Zhuo Bentang. At this moment, Zhuo Lin was holding the golden cloud sword in his hand and had ruthlessly pierced through Zhuo Bentang's chest. The appearance of this scene caused Bai Ying to be instantly stunned. In his heart, he had never imagined that as a member of the same clan, Zhuo Lin would actually try to kill Zhuo Bentang. It should be known that Zhuo Bentang had saved his life earlier. It was unexpected that in such a short period of time, Zhuo Bentang had actually turned around and killed him. This Zhuo Bentang could be said to be extremely pitiful. Forget about Bai Ying, it was likely that even Zhuo Bentang himself would not have imagined that the person he wholeheartedly wanted to protect would ultimately become the person who killed him. Why? Before he died, Zhuo Bentang's pale face revealed an expression of disbelief. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Zhuo Lin in front of him. His tone was filled with sorrow and despair. I never need a reason to kill. Zhuo Lin's tone was indifferent as he withdrew his gaze. At the same time, the golden cloud sword in his hand was also abruptly withdrawn. Immediately, Zhuo Bentang's body could not help but twitch. His body softened and fell to the ground. At the same time, the color of life in his eyes rapidly disappeared. At this moment, the two remaining 3-star Do Di had been reduced by 1. Bai Ying, who was on the statue, could not help but coldly laugh in his heart when he saw this scene. He was just about to reveal himself and intervene when his body quickly paused in the same spot. Zhuo Lin's coldness was not something that he could imagine. Although his strength was only that of a 2-star Do Di, Bai Ying did not dare to act rashly based on his character. Zhuo Lin was able to be so heavy-handed even to his own family, much less to an outsider like him. Zhuo Lin would only unleash an even more frightening strength under the pressure of his aura. This was not something that Bai Ying was willing to see. In order to be safe, he needed to plan everything carefully. This was not only for himself but also for the clan behind him. While all of this was happening within the remains, a couple of human figures were slowly standing outside of a snowy mountain on the other side. Even the narwhal snake, which had disappeared from the open ground, had also appeared at this place. The cold wind was desolate and snowflakes danced in the air. The thick snow under one's feet was like mud. Each time one's foot landed, a deep pit would be formed in the snow. At this moment, Xiao Yan was standing in this place. Moreover, Tian Ying's group was also standing beside Xiao Yan. In front of these 4 people was an icy beauty. Her pretty face was cold and indifferent as she stood steadily in the empty space where the cold wind was blowing. A pair of long pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yan in front of her. The iciness in her eyes was so dense that even the cold wind in this world could not compare with it. Standing on the snowy ground, the cold air of the world seemed to have helped Xiao Yan suppress the violent energy within his body. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to become a little better at this moment. However, when he looked at this absolute beauty in front of him, a surprise involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. Xiao Yan had never imagined that this person would actually lend a hand at such a critical moment when he was in a situation where he was certain to die. Moreover, she had even brought Xiao Yan out of the remains. Of course, Xiao Yan was not the only person present who had such thoughts. Tian Ying's group of 3, who were not far away from him, were also looking at the beauty in front of them with faces filled with surprise. Faced with the latter, they did not dare to reveal the slightest trace of disrespect. Instead, they were as carefree as they were in the past. Their expressions were filled with respect. To be able to cause the 3 great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range to treat her so respectfully, and she was also a woman, there was naturally no need to mention the identity of this person. This woman was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, the true ruler of the Shilin mountain range, a super expert whose strength had reached the origin transformation stage. Lungbing Shuang. Genius remembered this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website.